Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Beyond the sheltering embrace of the Shire, past the rolling hills that cradled Hobbit kind and gentle green, the world grew wild and wondrous and perilous. It was in these untamed lands beyond the Blue Mountains that ancient secrets lay buried, waiting for fate to unearth them once more. Doderic Brandybuck had never intended to venture so far from home. A scholar with ink-stained fingers and a mind that hungered for old tales, he had spent his days contentedly among the dusty tomes of Michelle Delving's modest library. But when a weathered courier arrived bearing a sealed missive from the White Council, a name spoken now only in whispers since Gandalf's departure, Dodric's comfortable world unraveled like a poorly wound ball of yarn. The letter, penned in an elegant hand that seemed to shimmer with authority, requested his presence at Mythland, the Grey Havens. Your expertise in ancient languages is required, it read. For an artifact of significant historical value has emerged. 2 weeks and many uncomfortable nights later, Doderic stood before Lord C. Arden, one of the last elves to remain in Middle-earth. The ancient shipwright's eyes held the weight of countless ages, yet sparkled with urgency as he unveiled the object of such concern, a sword unlike any Doderic had ever seen. The singing blade, C. Arden announced, his voice like water over smooth stones. Forged in the Second Age by dwarf smiths working alongside elven enchanters, its mithril edge is said to hold songs of awakening. The sword gleamed with an inner light, its blade inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and dance as Dodric's gaze traveled along its length. The crossguard formed the shape of twin ravens in flight, their eyes set with sapphires that watched with uncanny awareness. It was recovered from a forgotten vault in the ruins of Nogrid, C. Arden continued. The runes are in a dialect of Khuzdul, so ancient that even the dwarf lords of Erebor cannot fully decipher them. Yet you have studied the earliest writings of both our peoples. Doderic swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. I'm a historian, my lord, not an adventurer. C. Erdan's smile held both kindness and a movable purpose. History and adventure are often the same tale told from different distances. Master Brandybuck, for 3 days and nights, Doderic pored over the blade's inscriptions, transcribing each character with painstaking precision. On the dawn of the 4th day, as sunlight spilled through eastern windows, the pattern finally revealed itself. It's a key, he announced to the council, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. Not just a weapon, but a key to awaken the stone guardians of Nogrud, an army created by the dwarves as a final defense against the forces of Angmar, but never deployed. The council chamber fell silent. It was C. Arden who finally spoke. Then we face a graver threat than we feared. The blade was stolen yesterday, along with your initial translations. Stolen? Dodric's heart sank to his furry toes. By whom? Arahad answered a new voice, deep and resonant as a mountain's heart. A dwarf stood in the doorway, his beard braided with silver clasps bearing the symbol of the House of Durin. Usurper of Dale and collector of power, he does not understand. The dwarf introduced himself as Thorin Stonehelm III, exiled rightful heir to the throne of Dale. The usurper seeks to awaken the stone army to enforce his rule beyond Dale's borders, Thorin continued, his eyes flashing like struck flint. He has some of the knowledge needed, thanks to your stolen notes, but not all. Without the complete translation, he may activate the Guardians improperly. What happens then? Doderic asked, though he feared he already knew. The stone Guardians were forged to protect, See Arden answered gravely. Without proper awakening, they may not recognize friend from foe. They will simply destroy that evening. A company formed beneath the stars, Doderic, reluctant yet resolute. Thorin and 7 dwarf warriors, grim-faced and thirsting for justice. And a figure who had observed silently during the council meeting, introducing himself now simply as Dinir. Tall and gaunt, with eyes that held shadow and flame in equal measure, Dinir claimed to be a descendant of the Astari, a bloodline traced back to Gandalf himself. He wore robes of deepest indigo, nearly black in dim light, and carried a staff of twisted blackwood topped with a clear crystal that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. The blade sings to those with ears to hear, Dinir murmured as they rode eastward. We must reach it before its song is twisted to destructive harmony. Their journey took them across leagues of wild country, through forgotten paths that wound between the teeth of mountains, and alongside rivers whose names had been forgotten by all but the eldest of elves. Thorin's band knew the hidden ways of dwarf roads, paths cut beneath stone and soil that had once connected the great dwarf kingdoms. On the 7th day, as they sheltered in a cave from driving rain, Doderic found himself seated beside Dinir, the wizard's eyes reflecting the campfire with unnatural intensity. You sense it, don't you? The wizard asked. The blade calls to you now. Doderic shifted uncomfortably. Indeed, for the past 2 nights, his dreams had been filled with a melody. He could not quite grasp notes that hung just beyond memory's reach. I'm no warrior, he replied. I'm merely a translator. The blade chooses its own master, Dinir replied cryptically. Perhaps it seeks not a warrior's strength, but a scholar's wisdom. Before Doderic could respond, one of the dwarf sentries burst into the cave. Riders, a dozen at least, bearing the crimson hand of Arrowhead. What followed was a flight through darkness, the company splitting to confuse their pursuers. Doderic found himself alongside Thorin and Dinir, scrabbling up a scree slope as arrows hissed through the night behind them. We cannot outrun them forever, Thorin growled as they crested the ridge and looked down upon a valley shrouded in mist. We must make for the Shadowroot forest. My kin have allies among the woodmen there. The Shadowroot proved both sanctuary and peril. Ancient trees with bark like iron shields stood sentinel over fern-carpeted glades where light filtered green and gold through canopies untouched by axe. Yet deeper in, where shadow thickened, eyes watched from hollow trunks, and paths seemed to shift when not observed directly. It was in the forest's heart that they encountered the Silverleaf brothers, men with leather-tough skin and eyes keen as hawks. These woodsmen, descendants of those who had allied with dwarves in ages past, offered shelter and counsel. Arrowhead passed through 3 days ago. Morwen Silverleaf informed them over a meal of venison and foraged roots. He carries the blade openly now, boasting that it will make him king of all northern realms. Does he know its true purpose? Doderic asked. He knows enough to be dangerous, Morwen replied. He seeks the stone chamber beneath the ruins of Eredor's tower, where the command throne stands. From there, with the blade, he can awaken and control the Guardians. Their respite was brief. Before dawn, horns sounded at the forest's edge. Arrowhead's forces had found their trail. The company fled deeper into the wood, guided by the Silverleaf brothers through paths invisible to untrained eyes. Yet even these secret ways eventually led them to the forest's end, and the looming silhouette of Eredor's tower against the morning sky. "We're too late," Thorin muttered, pointing to fresh tracks leading to the crumbling fortress. "He's already inside." The tower rose like a broken tooth from a jaw of stone. Its upper levels long collapsed, its base burrowed deep into the mountain beneath. The company approached cautiously, but found no guards at the entrance, an ill omen rather than fortune. "He wants no witnesses," Dinir said darkly. "Those who helped him reach this place have likely already met their end." The descent into the mountain's heart was a journey through time itself. Ancient dwarf work gave way to older, crudder tunnels, until finally they reached a vast chamber where engineering and enchantment had merged in breathtaking harmony. Columns carved to resemble armored warriors supported a domed ceiling inlaid with veins of mithril that caught and amplified the light of their torches. And at the chamber's center, upon a dais of polished obsidian, sat a throne of interlocking gears and levers. Before it stood Arahad, the singing blade raised high above his head, its edge emitting a tone that resonated through bone and stone alike. "The awakening has begun," Dinir hissed. "We must stop him before," but it was too late. With a triumphant cry, Arahad brought the blade down upon the throne's armrest, cleaving through metal engineered to receive it. The chamber shuddered, dust raining from the ceiling as the sound of massive gears turning echoed from beyond the walls. "Behold!" Arahad cried, turning to face them with madness gleaming in his eyes. "The stone army rises. I shall be king not just of Dale, but of all the northern realms." Around the chamber's perimeter, what had appeared to be decorative statues began to move, dwarf warriors carved from living stone, their eyes lighting with an inner fire, their granite hands reaching for weapons that had waited centuries to taste battle once more. "He's done it wrong," Doderic whispered in horror. "The runes, he's misinterpreted the awakening sequence." Indeed, the stone guardians moved with jerky, uncoordinated motions, their faces frozen in expressions of pain rather than resolve. The song from the blade had turned discordant, a cacophony that set teeth on edge and souls to shuddering. "They obey me," Arahad shouted, but his voice betrayed uncertainty as the nearest guardian lurched toward him with an axe of stone raised high. What happened next seemed to unfold both in heartbeats and eternities. Dinir sprang forward, his staff blazing with sudden light that momentarily blinded all within the chamber. Thorin and his dwarves engaged the awakening guardians, their axes striking sparks from animated stone. And Doderic, forgotten in the chaos, circled toward the throne where the singing blade now stood embedded. Drawing upon every scrap of knowledge gleaned from ancient texts, every fragment of song that had whispered through his dreams, Doderic laid his hands upon the blade's hilt. The metal burned cold against his palms, the runes flaring with sapphire light as he began to speak in Halton Kuzdal, the secret language of the dwarves. "Kuzd Aim Nu, Urus Turgu, Stone brothers, hear me. Awaken true." The blade's song changed, the discordant notes resolving into a harmony so pure it brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it. The guardians paused in their assault, their movements becoming fluid, purposeful. They turned as one toward Arahad, who backed away in sudden terror. "No, I am your master. I awakened you." "You twisted their purpose," Dinir said, his staff now dimmed but his presence somehow larger. The guardians were created to protect dwarfkind from threats without not to conquer in their name. Arahad drew his sword with a snarl, lunging toward Doderic and the throne. But before he could reach them, a guardian stepped between, catching the usurper's blade in a granite hand that crushed metal like paper. In the aftermath, As Arahad was taken prisoner by Thorin's company, Doderic remained at the throne, the singing blade still humming beneath his touch. "What happens now?" he asked as Dinir approached. "The guardians are awakened. They await command," the wizard replied. "Your command, it would seem. The blade has chosen." Doderic looked around the chamber at the stone faces now watching him with patient expectation. "I cannot command an army. I'm a historian, not a general. Perhaps that is precisely why the blade chose you," Thorin said, joining them with respect newly kindled in his eyes. "One who studies the past may be best suited to ensure we do not repeat its mistakes." In the days that followed, Doderic made a decision that would be debated by historians for generations to come. With careful study and the blade's guidance, he commanded the stone guardians to return to their pedestals, to sleep once more until Middle-earth faced a threat worthy of their awakening. All save one, a guardian he named Bookkeeper, who followed him back to the Shire to stand sentinel over the growing library of Michel Delving. As for the singing blade, Doderic entrusted it to Dinir, who revealed at last his true purpose, not merely a descendant of Gandalf, but his appointed successor, charged with watching for the return of shadows long banished, but never truly defeated. "The blade will sing again," Dinir prophesied as they parted ways at the borders of the Shire. "And when it does, I shall seek the historian who became, however briefly, a general of stone." Doderic returned to his books and scrolls, but never again could he lose himself entirely in dusty tomes. For he had held a legend in his hands, had commanded beings out of ancient myth, and had glimpsed the wider world where history was not merely recorded, but made anew with each dawning day. And sometimes on nights when the stars shone especially bright, he would swear he could still hear the faint, sweet singing of a blade that waited for its next wielder for its next song. Story 2. The earth trembled beneath the green hills, not with the heavy footfalls of giants or the wrath of ancient powers, but with a secret long buried in the silent stone. It began as all great tales do, with curiosity and chance. Lily Lightfoot stood frozen in the newly revealed passage, her lantern casting dancing shadows on walls, untouched by light for an age. The tremor had split the hill like an overripe fruit, revealing veins of gold and mithril that winked in her lantern's glow, and something else entirely. A doorway crafted with such precision that no mortal hand could have hewn it, stood before her. "Bless me," she whispered, her voice barely disturbing the dust of centuries. Inscribed upon the arch were runes of two kinds, the angular carvings of the dwarves, and intertwined among them, the flowing script of a language Lily had only seen in the oldest books kept by the Thane of the Shire. It was Hobbitish, ancient and forgotten, yet somehow familiar to her eyes. As the foremost miner among the hobbits of Tuckborough, Lily had spent more time underground than most of her kin would deem proper. Too much dwarf blood in that one, they would mutter when she passed, with her calloused hands and the ever-present smudge of earth on her cheek. Yet it was these very hands that now traced the inscriptions, feeling the story they told beneath her fingertips. Herein lies the path to Underhold, where mountain and hill once ruled as one. The discovery spread through the Shire like wildfire, though most hobbits were content to marvel from a distance. Not so for the masters beyond their borders. Within a fortnight, emissaries arrived, stern-faced dwarves from Erebor and the Iron Hills, elegant elves from what remained of the woodland realms, and men of Dale and Gondor, their eyes gleaming with interest thinly veiled as diplomatic concern. "It is a matter of historical significance," declared Lord Balin III, descendant of the great Balin who had once reclaimed Moria. His auburn beard was elaborately braided, each plait ending in a golden clasp. "The secrets of Underhold belong to the dwarves by right of kinship. The runes speak of a shared dominion," countered Lady Galethel, an elven scholar whose ageless face betrayed nothing of the calculation behind her silver eyes. All free peoples have a claim to such knowledge, yet it was Lily, small and overlooked among the great and powerful gathered in the Thane's hall, who felt the inexplicable pull of Underhold. That night, while delegates argued over ancient claims and rights, she slipped away with only her mining tools, a week's provisions, and a curious pendant of green stone that had been passed down through generations of her family. The passage descended in a perfect spiral, each step worn smooth by countless feet that had walked there in ages past. Lily's lantern revealed murals upon the walls, scenes of hobbits and dwarves working side by side, feasting at long tables, and standing unified against shadows that crept from beyond the borders of the fresco. At the center of each mural stood a figure wearing a crown unlike any Lily had seen before. 3 mountain peaks, one gold, one silver, one mithril, rising from a circlet studded with gems that seemed to capture light from within. 7 days she journeyed downward, through halls of increasing grandeur, until the passage opened into a vast cavern. Stalactites hung like frozen waterfalls from a ceiling, so high that Lily's lantern could not illuminate it. At the center stood a dais of white marble, and upon it a pedestal. The pedestal was empty, save for a shallow impression in the shape of a crown. The crown of the 3 mountains came a deep voice from the shadows, and Lily's heart nearly stopped. She raised her lantern, revealing a dwarf with a beard white as snow and eyes like polished onyx. I wondered who would find this place first. He introduced himself as Durin VII, heir to the throne of Moria, on his own quest to recover the lost heritage of his people. Unlike the pompous emissaries above, there was a weariness to him, a humility born of long searching and longer disappointment. The crown was broken, he told her as they made camp at the edge of the great cavern, sundered into 3 pieces when the alliance shattered. One piece went with the dwarves to their mountain halls, one remained with the hobbits who chose to return to the light of the sun, and the third, he paused, his eyes reflecting the campfire's flames. The third was taken by those who caused the rift. In the days that followed, Lily and Durin explored the abandoned kingdom of Underhold. They found forges where the finest tools in Middle-earth had once been crafted, gardens where luminous fungi and crystal flowers still grew despite the absence of sun, and libraries where the combined knowledge of 2 peoples had been preserved in tomes that crumbled at their touch. It was in one such library that they discovered the Truth Chamber, whose walls were covered in a continuous mural depicting the fall of Underhold. The paintings showed a rift opening in the deepest mine, dark creatures pouring forth, and a desperate battle. At the climax stood 3 figures, a dwarf king, a hobbit queen, and between them, a tall figure whose face had been deliberately scraped away from the mural. The deceiver, Durin whispered. He came in the guise of an ally, but sought the crown for himself. When denied, he tore open the way between worlds. The mural's final panel showed the crown being divided, its pieces carried away by the survivors as they fled Underhold. Beneath it, words were carved in both Dwarvish and ancient Hobbitish. Only when the 3 become one again can the rift be sealed. Only blood of both kingdoms may bear the crown unbroken. Their discovery was interrupted by tremors stronger than the one that had revealed the passage. Dust rained from the ceiling, and from the deepest chamber came a cold wind-carrying whispers in a language that made Lily's skin crawl. "It's happening again," Durin said grimly. "The rift is widening. Without the crown to seal it, what lurks beyond will enter our world." Word was sent to the surface, not just to the squabbling emissaries, but to all kingdoms of Middle-earth. The threat transcended old grudges and claims of ownership. 3 quests were launched to recover the pieces of the crown. Durin, leading the dwarves to the ruins of Nogrid, the elven lady Galethel venturing into the shadowed east where the deceiver had fled, and Lily, to her own surprise, being chosen to seek the Hobbit piece. "Your pendant," the Thane had said, examining the green stone she had carried. "It is the key to the Hobbit vault, passed down through your line without knowledge of its purpose. You are of the bloodline of Queen Emerald, who ruled Underhold alongside King Fernir." The revelation shook Lily to her core. Her, a descendant of royalty? She who had been scorned for her love of earth and stone. Yet as she journeyed to the old forest where the Hobbit refugees had first settled after fleeing Underhold, the truth of it settled in her bones like an ancient memory awakening. The Hobbit piece was found in a hollow oak at the heart of the forest, guarded by Tom Bombadil himself, who had been entrusted with its keeping until the proper time came round again. As he said in his singing way, it was the mithril peak of the crown, fashioned in the likeness of the green hills. Durin returned with the golden peak, shaped like Erebor, recovered from a hidden chamber beneath the ruins of Nogrid. And Galethel, against all hope, brought back the silver peak formed as Gundabad, rested from a tomb in the east, where the deceiver's mortal remains had been interred with his stolen prize. When the three pieces were reunited on the pedestal in Underhold's great cavern, they seemed to sing to one another, straining to join. Yet they remained separate, the broken edges refusing to meet. The prophecy, Durin reminded them, his voice echoing in the vast space. Only blood of both kingdoms may bear the crown unbroken. All eyes turned to Lily, the unlikely heir of Underhold's forgotten legacy. With trembling hands, she took the three pieces and held them together. A drop of blood from her pricked finger fell upon the broken edges, and before their eyes, the crown became whole, the seams disappearing as if they had never existed. As she placed it upon her head, knowledge flooded her mind of the true nature of the rift, of the void creatures that hungered for the light and life of Middle-earth, and of the price that must be paid to seal it forever. "I understand now," she said, her voice resonating with power that belied her small stature. "The crown doesn't just seal the rift, it binds the wearer to it." Queen Emerald and King Fernir couldn't agree on who would make the sacrifice, and in their hesitation, the deceiver struck. The crown grew heavy upon her brow as she approached the rift, now a yawning chasm at the heart of the deepest mine. Tendrils of darkness reached out, recoiling from the light that emanated from the three peaks of the crown. "Lily, wait," Durin called, rushing forward. "There must be another way." She turned to him with a sad smile. "There isn't. But perhaps there is a middle path." She held out her hand to the dwarf. "The crown was meant to be shared between our peoples. Perhaps the sacrifice can be as well." Understanding dawned in Durin's eyes. He took her hand, and together they approached the rift. The crown expanded, somehow fitting itself to both of them, the light from its peaks growing blinding. What happened next would be told and retold throughout the kingdoms of Middle-earth, how a hobbit miner and a dwarf prince stood together at the edge of oblivion, neither fully sacrificed nor fully saved, but transformed. The rift closed with a thunderclap that shook the foundations of the world, and where Lily and Durin had stood, two statues remained, their joined hands upholding the crown of the three mountains. Underhold was reopened, a kingdom restored under the joint protectorship of the Shire and Erebor. The statues stood in the great cavern, a reminder of the price of division and the power of unity. And sometimes when the kingdom was threatened or counsel was needed, those close to the statues would swear that they spoke with the voices of Lily and Durin, guardians eternal of the realm they had saved. For in the depths of the earth, where the roots of mountains meet and ancient secrets lie, magic works in ways both terrible and wonderful. And those with the courage to face the darkness may find themselves transformed by the light they carry within. Story 3, The Whispering began at dusk, when shadows lengthened and the ancient oaks of the old forest stretched their gnarled fingers toward the hobbit dwellings of Buckland. For generations, hobbits had lived alongside the forest's edge with an unspoken agreement. They would not venture deep into the woods, and the woods would not encroach upon their lands. But agreements, like memories, fade with time. Tom Oakshield stood at his workshop window, running calloused fingers along the half-carved walking stick on his work table. The wind carried the scent of moss and decay, and something wrong. As the foremost carpenter in all of Buckland, Tom knew wood as intimately as most hobbits knew their pantries. He could tell maple from oak blindfolded, could sense the age of a tree with a single touch, and now he could feel the forest's unnatural stirring. "You feel it too, don't you?" came a voice from his doorway. Marigold Brandybuck stood there, her usually cheerful face lined with worry. As the master of Buckland's daughter, she rarely visited the humble workshops near the forest edge. The trees are moving, indeed they were. Where once stood a clear 30 yards between the first houses of Bucklebury and the forest eaves, now barely 10 remained. The trees hadn't marched or uprooted themselves as in the old tales. They had simply grown, with unnatural haste, their trunks thickening and branches extending toward the hobbit settlements like hungry fingers. "It's not just the trees," Tom replied, setting down his carving knife. "It's what's coming with them." He didn't mention the dreams, visions of children wandering into mist-shrouded woods, following lights that bobbed between the trees like fireflies, never to return. 3 children had vanished in as many nights. The first, young Pasco Burrows, had left only a small footprint at the forest's edge. The second, Lily Proudfoot, was found half a mile in, her favorite doll abandoned beside an oak whose trunk seemed to form a leering face. Of the third, Hamfast Cotton, no trace remained save his mother's certainty that he had answered a singing from the trees sometime after midnight. By morning, a council gathered in the Brandybuck Hall. The master of Buckland, old Meriadoc, named after his legendary ancestor who had ridden with kings, pounded his gavel for silence among the frightened hobbits. "The old forest has always been strange," he began, his voice carrying the weight of ancestral knowledge. "But not like this. Not since the dark days has it shown such." Hostility, an elderly hobbit named Hallman Greenhand, cleared his throat. "It's Tom Bombadil we need. He kept the forest in check in the old days." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the hall, but Tom Oakshield shook his head. "No one has seen Bombadil in over 100 years. Some say he faded when the last elves departed for the western shores. Then what would you suggest, Carpenter?" asked the master with an edge to his voice. Tom and Meriadoc had never seen eye to eye, not since Tom had declined to marry Marigold 5 summers past, choosing his craft over wealth and position. Tom's hands fidgeted, seeking the comforting texture of wood. "I will go into the forest. I know its patterns, its grain. If the children still live, I will find them, not alone," Marigold declared, stepping forward. Her father's objection died on his lips as she fixed him with a stare as unyielding as ironwood. "I've studied the old maps. There are stone circles deep in the forest, places of power, where the veil between worlds thins. By midday, an unlikely company assembled at the forest's edge." Tom and Marigold were joined by Fastard Took, a distant cousin of the Thane with a quick smile and quicker hands. Hamsun Hornblower, whose family provided the finest pipeweed in the 4 farthings and who claimed his smoke could calm even the angriest of spirits. And Violet Goodbody, a quiet healer whose knowledge of plants and their properties was unmatched in all the Shire. The forest received them with unnatural silence. No birds sang, no insects chirped. The trees seemed to watch their progress, branches shifting subtly to obscure the path behind them. Tom led the way, his carpenter's eye noting how the trees had changed bark grown in twisted patterns like ancient runes, roots erupting from the earth in spiral formations that hadn't been there in all his years of collecting timber from the forest edge. "The forest is awakening," Violet whispered, crouching to examine a patch of mushrooms arranged in a perfect circle. "But something is corrupting it. These should be golden caps, but look, they're black as coal and weeping a substance I've never seen before." 3 days they journeyed into the deepening gloom. They followed a path marked by children's possessions, a hair ribbon here, a wooden toy there left like breadcrumbs in a tale told to frighten young hobbits. At night, they huddled together as the trees closed ranks around their camp, and unseen creatures skittered just beyond the reach of their firelight. On the 4th day, they found the circle of standing stones. Ancient beyond reckoning, the megaliths rose from a clearing like the teeth of some primordial beast. The stones were carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly, and in their center stood an oak of immense proportions, its trunk as wide as 10 hobbits with linked arms. "The grandfather oak," Marigold breathed, consulting a tattered journal she had brought from the Brandybuck archives. "The oldest living thing in the forest, save one," a cracked voice interrupted them, dry as autumn leaves. "Save two, young Brandybuck." From behind the great oak emerged a figure unlike any the hobbits had seen. She resembled a woman formed from living wood, her skin like smooth bark, hair a cascade of green leaves, eyes deep pools of amber sap. She moved with the deliberate grace of ancient things, each step causing flowers to bloom beneath her feet. "I am Fimbrithil, last of the Entwives in Middle-earth." The hobbit stood speechless before this legend come to life. The Entwives were thought long perished or departed, seeking gardens beyond the known lands. "You have come for the little ones," Fimbrithil continued, her words measured and slow like the growth of roots. "They are safe for now. I have shielded them from the forest's corruption." "What ails the forest?" Tom asked, finding his voice at last. "Why has it turned against us?" Fimbrithil's wooden features creased with sorrow. "The Guardian weakens. Tom Bombadil, master of wood and water, hill and hollow, has kept the forest's ancient darkness at bay for millennia. But his power wanes as the world of men grows and the old magics fade. She led them to a hollow nestled among the roots of the grandfather oak. Within, 3 hobbit children slept peacefully on beds of moss, their dreams guarded by lights that flickered like captured stars in glass jars hanging from the gnarled ceiling. "These are the stones of seeing," Fimbrithil explained, indicating 3 crystalline orbs nestled in the hollow's wall. "Relics from the First Age, when the elves taught the trees to speak. They maintain the balance between the forest's wild nature and its darker impulses planted long ago by the shadow in the east." Sauron, Fastard whispered, the name still carrying weight, even centuries after the Dark Lord's fall. "His influence lingers in the deepest places," Fimbrithil nodded. "And now, something stirs those remnants, seeking to use the forest's power to open a doorway to the shadows where the Balrogs sleep." A new voice joined their conversation, honey-rich, yet barbed with menace. "How cleverly you piece together the puzzle, Entwife." From the shadows stepped a hobbit. The company recognized Lobelia Bracegirdle, who had departed the Shire a decade ago after accusations of practicing unwholesome arts. "Though you've neglected to mention your own part in this tale," Fimbrithil's branches shuddered. "You're not welcome here, servant of shadow." Lobelia laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally among the trees. "I serve powers older than your forest, older than the elves who abandoned these shores. The nameless ones stir in the void, and the forest shall be their gateway." What followed was chaos unleashed. Lobelia raised a staff of black wood, and the very air seemed to split open, releasing shadowy tendrils that wrapped around trees and stones alike. The forest responded to her command, roots erupting from the earth to ensnare the hobbits. The stones, Fimbrithil cried, her voice booming like a tempest. They must remain in alignment. Tom broke free of the grasping roots and lunged for the nearest stone of seeing as Lobelia's magic dislodged it from its ancient seat. The crystal burned cold in his hands, visions flooding his mind, the forest as it once was, pristine and untouched. The coming of the shadow, and Tom Bombadil, a figure of blue and yellow, singing the darkness into retreat. In that moment of connection, Tom understood. The stones weren't just maintaining the forest, they were sustaining Bombadil himself, the forest's ancient guardian. And as belief in the old powers faded, so too did his strength. I believe, Tom whispered to the stone. I remember the old songs, and he began to sing, a melody he had never learned yet somehow knew, words in a language older than the Shire. Marigold's voice joined his, then Fastred's, then Violet's and Hanson's, a harmony that resonated with the stone's crystal lattice. Lobelia shrieked as the stones pulsed with renewed light. The shadows she had summoned recoiled, and the corrupted trees groaned as if awakening from a nightmare. Fimbrithil grew to her full height, branches extending to form a protective canopy over the hobbits and children. You cannot stop what comes. Lobelia spat, her form beginning to waver, like smoke in a strong wind. The forest remembers the darkness. It hungers for its return. Then the forest shall have a new guardian, Tom declared, the stone of seeing now blazing in his hands. He understood the price what maintaining the balance would cost him. Yet he also saw the alternative, the forest consuming the Shire, opening a door for ancient evils to return. With a final desperate cry, Lobelia lunged for the children, but Tom stepped between them. The stone in his hands flared, and where Lobelia stood, only a twisted sapling remained, its branches forming the shape of a hobbit frozen in eternal scream. In the aftermath, as the children awakened and the forest settled into an uneasy calm, Fimbrithil approached Tom. You know what must be done, she said, her voice gentle despite its wooden resonance. I do, Tom replied, looking to his friends with a sad smile. The forest needs a guardian. Bombadil has earned his rest, but you'll be bound here, Marigold protested, tears welling in her eyes. For how long? Until another comes, Fimbrithil answered for him. Such is the way of guardians. The journey back to Buckland was solemn. 4 hobbits and 3 sleepy children emerging from a forest that no longer seemed hostile. The trees had retreated to their original boundaries, and birds once again sang among their branches. Tom Oakshield did not return with them. The master of Buckland ordered searches, but the forest yielded no trace of the carpenter. Yet in the years that followed, hobbit children told tales of a figure glimpsed among the deepest trees, a hobbit, like shape with bark for skin and leaves for hair, who sang to the wild things and kept the paths safe for those few brave souls who ventured beneath the eaves of the old forest. And sometimes on still nights when the moon hung full above the trees, those near the forest's edge would hear a song carried on the wind, a melody both joyful and melancholy, of things remembered and things forgotten, of sacrifice and rebirth. The song of the forest and its guardian, preserving the boundary between the world of light and the shadows beyond. Story 4. The whispers began at the edge of the Shire, carried by travelers with weather-worn faces and eyes that had seen the vastness beyond the sheltered hills of hobbit kind. They spoke of burning skies over the lonely mountain, of lightning without storms, and of a shadow that moved through northern clouds like a serpent through water. Such tales were met with dismissive laughter in the Green Dragon Inn, mere fancies to frighten children and impress the credulous. But Primula took no better. The tales pricked at her mind like thorns, drawing forth memories of fireside stories told by her great-grandfather, who had heard them from Bilbo Baggins himself. "Dragons have patterns," she murmured to herself in the quiet of Tuckbro's modest library, her finger tracing the faded illustration of Smaug in an ancient manuscript. "They hunt, they scout, they test defenses before they strike." At 28, Primula was considered unusually adventurous even by Took standards. Her dark curls were often tangled from rambles through the woods, her clever green eyes always seeking horizons beyond the next hill. Unlike most hobbits, she had studied the old histories with genuine interest, not as mere bedtime stories, but as lessons from which to learn. And what she learned from the northern whispers chilled her more than winter's deepest bite. The signs preceding the arrival of the last dragon of the north were identical to those recorded before Smaug descended upon Erebor. 4 days later, with a pack containing little more than provisions, a small book of elvish phrases, and her grandfather's bronze spyglass, Primula slipped away from the Shire at dawn. She left only a brief note for her family, gone to see if the stories are true. Back before winter, unless the road takes me further, the greenway stretched before her like a promise, its ancient stones leading north through realms where hobbits seldom ventured. By the 3rd week of her journey, the comforts of the Shire had faded to distant memory. The verdant hills gave way to the rugged terrain of the lone lands, where ruins of forgotten towers stood like accusatory fingers pointing to the uncaring sky. It was in the weather-beaten trading post of Bree that Primula first heard the name that would change the course of her journey: Keelithris. The Great Worm, muttered an elderly man wrapped in furs despite the summer heat, his eyes darting nervously as if the mere utterance might summon the beast. Not like Smaug the Terrible. Oh no, this one's clever. Doesn't burn villages or steal gold. Watches. Waits. As if it's searching for something. Where? Primula asked, her voice steady despite the flutter of fear in her chest. The man laughed bitterly. The withered heath, where else? Where all drakes spawned in elder days. Last seen circling the gray mountain's peaks, that night, as Primula consulted her small map by candlelight, a shadow fell across her table. She looked up to find herself under the scrutiny of a tall woman, clad in leather armor worn smooth with age and use. A sword hung at her hip, its pommel carved to resemble a snarling wolf. "You ask too many questions about dragons, halfling," the woman said, her western accented with the rolling cadence of Dale. "Such curiosity tends to be rewarded with fire. I seek understanding, not treasure," Primula replied, meeting the woman's gaze unflinchingly. "Understanding?" The stranger laughed, though there was little humor in the sound. "Dragons are not puzzles to be solved. They are death with wings, and yet you hunt this one," Primula observed, noting the distinctive burn salve in the woman's open pack, a preparation specifically formulated to treat dragonfire wounds. The woman's expression hardened. "I am Astrid of the Dragon Watch. For 10 generations, my family has defended the north from the remnants of Morgoth's creations. Keelithris is the last and the most dangerous. Not for his fire or his claws, but for what he guards. Thus began an unlikely alliance." Astrid, hardened by years of tracking beasts through the northern wastes, and Primula, whose small stature concealed a courage to match the greatest of warriors. They departed Bree as an odd pair that drew curious glances, the tall, grim-faced woman and the bright-eyed hobbit barely reaching her companion's waist. Their journey took them ever northward, through ancient forests where trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, across moors where mist clung to the heather like reluctant ghosts. Primula learned to move silently through underbrush, to read the stars as maps, and to detect the subtle signs of draconic present sulfurous deposits, unnaturally scorched earth, and the telling absence of wildlife. Dragons leave emptiness behind them, Estrid explained as they crossed a strangely silent valley, not just from what they burn, but from what flees before them. Yet, something feels wrong, Primula replied, her brow furrowed. In all the old tales, dragons destroyed. They consumed. But these lands are not devastated, they're preserved. As if the dragon passes through without harm, Astrid's expression darkened. That is what troubles the Dragon Watch most. This is not the behavior of a mindless destroyer. Celithris hunts with purpose. As they ventured deeper into the withered heath, the landscape grew increasingly alien. Twisted spires of rock thrust upward like the spines of buried behemoths. Pools of water reflected the sky with unnatural stillness. And always, there was the sense of being observed, not by mortal eyes, but by something ancient and calculating. It was on the seventh day in this blighted land that they found the first definitive sign, a scale iridescent as an oil slick and large as a dinner plate, caught upon a jagged outcropping. Fresh, Astrid murmured, running a gloved finger along its edge. 2 days, perhaps less. That night, they made camp in the shelter of a cliff face, their fire kept deliberately small. As Primula organized their dwindling supplies, Astrid finally revealed the full purpose of her hunt. The Council of Mages believes Celithris guards something, a relic from the Elder Days, perhaps even an artifact of Morgoth himself, something that could shift the balance of power in the north. They have commissioned dragon hunters from every corner of Middle-earth to retrieve it and destroy the dragon, Primula added quietly. Astrid's silence was confirmation enough. Sleep came uneasily to Primula that night, her dreams troubled by visions of fire and ancient eyes that held not malice but sorrow. She woke suddenly before dawn, roused not by sound, but by its absence. The nocturnal creatures had gone silent, as if holding their breath in anticipation. Astrid, she whispered, but the hunter was already alert, her hand on her sword hilt. The air changed, growing heavy with the scent of lightning and stone. A shadow passed overhead, momentarily blotting out the stars. No roar announced its presence. No thunderous wingbeats, just the weight of an ancient presence settling upon the mountain above their camp. Do not move, Astrid breathed, but Primula was already rising, drawn by a compulsion she could neither explain nor resist. The dragon perched upon a flat promontory, its scales the deep blue-black of the space between stars. Unlike Smaug's serpentine form, Celithris was compact and angular, with crystalline ridges along its spine that caught the moonlight like faceted gems. Its eyes, when they fixed upon the approaching hobbit, were not the mindless gold of a predator, but a deep, intelligent violet. So small a creature, to journey so far from home, the dragon spoke, its voice resonating not through the air, but directly within Primula's mind. What brings a child of the gentle west to these bitter lands? Primula felt Astrid tense behind her, ready to attack, but she raised a hand in restraint. I came because of the stories, she answered truthfully. Because the patterns of your appearance match those that preceded great destruction in the past, the dragon's head tilted slightly, an unnervingly human gesture of curiosity. Patterns. Yes. Your kind always seeks patterns, meanings, narratives. Perhaps that is why you were chosen. Chosen for what? To witness. To understand. Celithris descended from his perch with unexpected grace, each movement deliberate and precise. I am not Smaug the Destroyer, nor Encalagon the Black. I am the last remembrancer, keeper of what must not be forgotten. The air shimmered around them, and suddenly they stood not on the barren mountainside, but within a vast chamber of living crystal. Astrid gasped, her sword drawn, but useless against this sorcery. All around them, suspended in crystalline mattresses, were objects of power and beauty, books bound in materials unknown, weapons forged of metal that sang with inner light, gems that seemed to contain galaxies within their depths. The knowledge hoard, Keylithris explained, gathered over millennia from the ruins of civilizations your histories have forgotten. Here lies wisdom that could heal the wounds of Middle-earth, or destroyed utterly if wielded by those who seek dominion rather than balance. Understanding dawned on Primula like the breaking of day. The Council of Mages seeks power, as mortals always do, the dragon confirmed. They believe themselves wise enough to control forces beyond their comprehension. They send hunters. His gaze flicked to Astrid to claim what cannot be owned. The council serves the free peoples, Astrid protested, though doubt had crept into her voice. They stand against the darkness. Light can blind as surely as darkness can obscure, Keylithris countered. For centuries, I have guarded this knowledge, waiting for signs that the world was ready for its return. But the patterns suggest otherwise. The same hunger that drove Morgoth now stirs in hearts that call themselves righteous. Primula's mind raced, connecting fragments of lore, whispered rumors, and half-remembered warnings. The successor to the Witch King, she breathed. The old tales speak of one who would rise from Angmar's ashes, bearing a new ring of power. The ring has already been forged, Keylithris confirmed grimly, and the council knows it. Some among them believe they can control it, use it to counter the growing shadow. They are wrong. The realization struck Primula with terrible clarity. They don't want to destroy you. They want what you protect, weapons to fight the coming darkness. Power to match power, the dragon agreed. The eternal folly of the well-intentioned. Astrid lowered her sword slowly, her certainties crumbling before this revelation. If this is true, then the council has been compromised. But what can be done? If both the rising darkness and those who oppose it are corrupt, where can Middle-earth turn? Keylithris's ancient eyes fixed upon Primula with unexpected gentleness. To those small enough to be overlooked, yet wise enough to recognize patterns. To those who seek understanding rather than power from the crystal matrix, a single book detached itself, floating toward Primula. Its cover was bound in a material that seemed to shift between leather and light, and upon it was emblazoned a single silver tree. This contains the location of every piece of the knowledge hoard, and the wisdom to determine when each piece should return to the world, Keylithris explained. I have guarded it for an age. Now that burden passes to you, Primula of the Took line, me. But I'm just a hobbit. The dragon's mental voice held something like amusement, as was the ring-bearer. Your kind possesses a remarkable resistance to the corruption of power. Perhaps because you understand what the wise forget, that gardens matter more than glory, and hearths more than honors. Dawn was breaking as Keylithris returned them to the mountainside. The great dragon spread wings that seemed to capture the light of vanished stars. The last dragon of the north departs, he announced, his physical voice a rumble that shook the very stones. Let the tales speak of fire and destruction, if they must. Better I am feared than hunted. Where will you go? Primula asked, clutching the book to her chest. To the uttermost west, beyond the reach of mages and kings. My task is done. The dragon's gaze encompassed both hobbit and hunter. Yours is just beginning. As Keylithris took flight, his form silhouetted against the rising sun, Primula turned to Astrid with newfound purpose burning in her eyes. The council must not know what really happened here, she said. Will you help me? The dragon hunter studied the hobbit for a long moment before nodding slowly. My oath was to protect the north from draconic threat. It seems the greater threat comes from those who sent me. Together, they descended from the withered heath, an unlikely alliance now bound by a shared secret and a greater purpose. Behind them, rumors spread of the last dragon's fiery demise, of a brave hunter and her peculiar halfling companion who had vanquished the beast. But in the libraries of Rivendell, in the hidden halls of Moria, being slowly reclaimed by dwarf kind, and in a modest smile in Tuckborough too frequently empty, as its owner wandered the wide roads of Middle-earth, a different tale unfolded, one of ancient knowledge protected from those who would misuse it, guided by the small hands of one who understood that true wisdom lies not in controlling power, but in knowing when to withhold it. And sometimes on nights when the northern lights danced across the sky, those with eyes to see might glimpse within their shifting curtains the form of a dragon, still watching, still remembering, still keeping faith with the promise of a better age to come. Story 5. The lonely mountain stood sentinel against the eastern sky, its solitary peak piercing the heavens like a challenge to the gods themselves. From a distance, Erebor appeared as it had for centuries, majestic, impenetrable, a monument to dwarvish might and craft. Yet those who dwelled within its cavernous halls felt the change, a subtle shifting in the mountain's breath, a whisper that crept through ancient corridors like a thief in the night. Tormo Baggins gazed upon the mountain with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Though he had heard tales of Erebor's grandeur since childhood, no story had prepared him for its imposing reality. Great angular battlements carved directly from the mountain's face caught the morning light, gleaming like burnished gold. Massive doors of stone and iron stood open in a show of dwarvish prosperity and pride that had followed the defeat of Smaug nearly 80 years prior. Not quite what you expected, is it, Master Baggins? The gruff voice of his guide, a dwarf named Corey, pulled Tormo from his reverie. It's overwhelming, admitted Tormo, adjusting the pack that contained his most precious possessions, quills, parchment, and the journals of his great-uncle Bilbo. At 38, Tormo was considered young for a Hobbit adventurer, though the very concept remained something of an oxymoron in the Shire. His dark curls and quick smile gave him an appearance of perpetual youth, though his eyes held a scholar's thoughtfulness. You'll find it even more so inside, Corey replied, tugging at his russet beard thoughtfully. Though I warn you, the mountain has not been itself of late. 2 weeks earlier, a raven had arrived at Bag End bearing a message sealed with the mark of Balin, Lord of Moria. The letter inside, penned in elegant script, had been brief but urgent. To Tormo Baggins, grandson of Frodo of the Nine Fingers, greetings from the halls of Moria, reclaimed and renewed. I write to you in a matter of grave importance. Strange occurrences plague Erebor, occurrences that may be linked to ancient Elvish writings discovered in a sealed chamber. Your great-uncle Bilbo's accounts of his time with Thorin's company mention your aptitude for languages, particularly those of the elder days. Your assistance is required with all haste. Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria, and so Tormo had set out, leaving behind the comfortable certainties of Hobbiton for the unknown perils of the East. The journey had been long but uneventful, the roads safer in this fourth age than they had been in centuries past. As they passed through the great gates of Erebor, Tormo's senses were assaulted by the kingdom under the mountain. Vast hallways stretched beyond sight, their ceilings supported by columns carved to resemble ancient trees with branches of stone intertwining overhead. Crystals embedded in the rock cast prismatic light across polished floors. The air hummed with industry, the rhythmic clang of hammers, the hiss of bellows, the low murmur of dwarvish voices echoing from unseen chambers. Yet beneath these familiar sounds lurked something discordant, a subtle wrongness that prickled at Tormo's awareness. "You sense it too," observed Corey, noting the hobbit's discomfort. "Good. Some visitors claim we dwarves are imagining things. But you have keen ears, Master Baggins, like your famous relatives." Before Tormo could respond, a commotion erupted from a side passage. A dwarf miner staggered into view, his face ashen beneath the coal dust that streaked his features. His left arm hung limp at his side, the flesh gray and mottled with an inky substance that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. "Another one," Corey muttered grimly. "That makes 7 this week. What's happening to him?" Tormo asked, watching as other dwarves rushed to assist their stricken comrade. "The corruption. It begins with a numbness, then spreads. Those most severely affected become changed. We keep them in the lower sanatoriums now. They continue deeper into the mountain, descending through levels dedicated to various crafts and functions." Tormo noticed that certain corridors had been sealed off, heavy doors barred and marked with warnings in Kuzdal. The population grew sparser as they descended, until finally they reached a quiet antechamber where an elderly dwarf awaited them. "Balin," Corey announced with a deep bow. The Lord of Moria had aged since the days of the quest for Erebor, his once dark beard now snow-white, his shoulders slightly stooped beneath richly embroidered robes. Yet his eyes remained sharp as obsidian, taking Tormo's measure in a single glance. "So you are Bilbo's grand-nephew," Balin said, his voice warm despite the gravity of the situation. "You have his look about you, and I hope his courage as well, for you may need it before this business is concluded." Balin led them to a chamber that had been converted into a makeshift study. Maps and scrolls covered a large stone table, and glass cases displayed artifacts of curious design, fragments of metal inscribed with flowing script, crystals set in configurations that seemed to serve some arcane purpose, and at the center, a small chest of pale wood bound with silver. 4 months ago, miners broke through into a sealed chamber deep in the lower eastern galleries, Balin explained, gesturing to a marked location on a detailed map of the mountain's interior. The chamber predated even our earliest records of Erebor. Inside, we found this. He carefully opened the chest, revealing a disk of opalescent material that seemed to shift between solid and liquid. Runes in an ancient elvish script spiraled from its center to its edges, glowing faintly with an inner light. "We believe it to be a relic from the First Age, perhaps even from Gondolin itself," Balin continued. "The script is unlike any our scholars recognize older than Sindarin, though bearing some similarities." Tormo leaned closer, his academic curiosity temporarily overriding his caution. The script did indeed resemble some fragments he had studied in Bilbo's journal's notes, supposedly copied from texts in Lord Alrin's library. Shortly after its discovery, the first signs of the corruption appeared, Balin said gravely. Miners complaining of cold sensations in their extremities, then numbness, then transformation. The afflicted become something neither dwarf nor ORC, but a shadow creature that seeks only to spread the corruption further. "And you believe this artifact is the cause?" Tormo asked, forcing himself to look away from its hypnotic patterns. "We are certain of it. Yet we cannot destroy it. Our strongest hammers shatter against it. Our hottest forges cannot melt it. We hoped that if we could decipher the inscriptions, we might find a way to neutralize its power." Tormo spent days in the study, consulting his notes and comparing the relic's script to fragments of ancient languages. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams of shadows moving through stone and whispers in languages never meant for mortal ears. On the 7th day, as Tormo was cross-referencing a particularly obscure passage, a guard burst into the chamber. "Lord Balin, 3 more miners have succumbed, and 2 of the afflicted have escaped the sanatorium. Balin rose swiftly. Secure the upper levels. We cannot allow the corruption to reach the residential quarters. Left alone with the artifact, Tormo found his attention drawn to a particular sequence of runes he had previously overlooked. The pattern matched a fragment from Bilbo's journals, a warning about objects corrupted during the First Age by Morgoth's lieutenant, a Maya known as Thüringer the Corrupter. It's not a dwarvish artifact at all, Tormo murmured to himself. It's a trap. The realization came too late. The door swung open, but instead of Balin's return, a slender figure glided into the chamber. An elf maiden with hair like spun silver and eyes as cold as winter stars regarded him with aloof curiosity. You've made remarkable progress, halfling, she said, her voice melodious yet somehow discordant. More than the dwarves managed in months. Who are you? Tormo demanded, subtly reaching for the small knife at his belt. I am Nimrodel of the Galadrim, she replied. Or I was, before my exile. Now I serve greater powers. You planted the artifact, Tormo said, comprehension dawning. The corruption, it's all by your design. A smile curved her perfect lips. Not mine. I merely serve as the instrument of awakening. She moved toward the artifact with obvious intent. Thüringer's essence has slumbered within this disk for ages, waiting for the right vessel to receive it. The dwarves, with their inherent resistance to magic, proved. Disappointing. But you, a descendant of ring-bearers, you might be perfect. Tormo backed away, his knife now drawn. The corruption turns its victims into shadow creatures. What purpose could that possibly serve? Every shadow creature becomes an extension of Thüringer's will, Nimrodel explained, her eyes gleaming with fervent devotion. A new army rising from within the mountain, ready to march when the heir of the Witch King reclaims Angmar's throne. The door burst open again, this time revealing Balin and a contingent of guards. With them stood another elf, taller and graver than Nimrodel, his golden hair bound with warrior's braids. Nimrodel of the Banished, the newcomer said, an ancient sorrow in his voice. So the rumors from the east were true. You have fallen into darkness, Thranduil's spy, Nimrodel hissed, her beautiful face contorting with hatred. Always too late, Laerithan. The corruption has already taken root in Ereber's heart. What followed was chaos and confusion. Nimrodel lunged for the artifact, her fingers closing around it as Laerithan's arrow struck her shoulder. A pulse of power emanated from the disk, knocking all present to the ground. When Tormo regained his senses, the female elf was gone, having escaped in the confusion, but she had left the artifact behind. In the days that followed, Laerithan revealed what he knew. Nimrodel had been banished from the woodland realm centuries ago for experimenting with forbidden arts. She had resurfaced occasionally throughout the ages, always in service to darker powers. The artifact is indeed of Gondolin make, Laerithan explained as they gathered in Balin's council chamber. But it was corrupted during the city's fall, imbued with a portion of Thüringer's essence. It cannot be destroyed by conventional means. Then how do we stop the corruption? Demanded Cori, who had lost a cousin to the shadow transformation. All eyes turned to Tormo, who had spent the night consulting both his notes and the wisdom Laerithan had brought from the woodland realm. The disk was created by high elven smiths, Tormo said slowly. Its power comes from the harmony of its elements. But the corruption introduced a dissonance like a false note in a perfect chord. He looked to Laerithan. You said the elves of Mirkwood still sing the old songs of purification? The elf nodded. Though such magic has grown weaker with the departure of our kin to the west, and the dwarves of Erebor still craft resonance chambers for their greatest halls, Tormo continued, turning to Balin. The old dwarf's eyes lit with understanding. A joining of crafts. Dwarvish acoustics to amplify elven song. 3 days later, in a vast chamber deep within the mountain, their desperate plan took shape. Dwarf craftsmen had worked without rest to construct a chamber of perfect acoustics, its walls embedded with crystals tuned to specific vibrations. At its center lay the corrupted disc, now contained within a circle of mithril that seemed to dampen its malevolent influence. Laerithan stood before it, accompanied by 3 elven companions who had answered his urgent summons. The dwarves took positions at specific points around the chamber, ready to activate the resonance crystals. Tormo watched from the threshold, his heart pounding. "Will it work?" he asked Balin in a whisper. "It must," the old dwarf replied. "The corruption spreads faster now. We've lost 2 levels to the shadow creatures." The elven song began, soft as a spring breeze, but growing in power. It was a melody unlike any Tormo had heard, ancient beyond reckoning, its harmonies complex and otherworldly. As the song crescendoed, the dwarves activated their crystals one by one, each adding new dimensions to the reverberating music. The disc began to vibrate, its opalescent surface rippling like water. The corrupted runes flickered, their glow changing from sickly green to a pure white light. A keening wail rose from the artifact, a sound of such despair and rage that Tormo covered his ears in pain. Then, with a flash that temporarily blinded all present, the disc shattered into dust so fine it seemed to evaporate into the air itself. A tremor ran through the mountain, not the violent shaking of an earthquake, but something more profound, as if Erebor itself sighed in relief. In the infirmaries, the afflicted dwarves reported the corruption receding from their bodies, the shadow substance dissolving to reveal healthy flesh beneath. "It is done," Laerithan said, his voice weary but satisfied. "The ringer's essence is banished, though I fear Nimrodel still roams free, and the mountain is cleansed," added Balin, clasping the elf's hand in a rare gesture of dwarf-elven solidarity. As Tormo prepared to return to the Shire weeks later, his pack now heavier with new journals documenting the adventure, Balin presented him with a gift, a small crystal set in mithril, hung on a chain of silver. "A token of Erebor's gratitude," the dwarf lord said. "And a reminder that some shadows can only be banished when the light of different peoples shines as one." Tormo wore the crystal as he journeyed homeward, often touching it when the road grew dark or uncertain. Sometimes he fancied he could hear the faintest echo of that ancient elven melody within its facets, a song of healing, of restoration, of hope prevailing against the oldest of shadows. And in the lonely mountain, dwarves told a new tale of Tormo Baggins, who, like his famous relatives before him, came to their aid in their darkest hour and proved that even the smallest person can change the course of history. Story 6. The shadows grew long over Bree as twilight descended upon the ancient crossroads town. Within the weathered walls of the Prancing Pony, Finley Burrows hunched over a tome whose pages crackled like autumn leaves beneath his careful touch. The Hobbit historian's eyes widened as he deciphered the faded elvish script, his quill suspended in mid-air, forgotten. "It cannot be," he whispered, glancing around the crowded tavern nervously. A century had passed since the destruction of the One Ring, yet here in his hands lay evidence that Sauron's malice had cast a longer shadow than anyone suspected. The text spoke of lesser rings, creations of Celebrimbor, hidden from the Dark Lord, each containing a fragment of knowledge about forging the Master Ring. Rings that, if united, could resurrect what was thought destroyed forever. As Finley rolled up the ancient parchment, his elbow knocked against a small wooden box that had arrived mysteriously with the documents. It tumbled open, revealing a silver ring inlaid with sapphire that seemed to capture all the light in the room. Without thinking, he touched it, and the world around him shifted, sounds becoming distant as if underwater, the edges of his vision shimmering with ethereal light. "I wouldn't put that on if I were you, Master Burrows," Finley started, nearly dropping the ring. Before him stood a figure cloaked in gray, leaning upon a white staff. Though stooped with age beyond even what wizards should bear, there was no mistaking Gandalf the White. The years had etched deeper lines upon his face, and his beard had thinned, but his eyes retained their piercing wisdom. Gandalf, but... "They said you'd gone to the west, and so I shall, before the season turns again," the wizard said, lowering himself carefully onto the bench opposite Finley. "But one task remains before I depart these shores forever." His weathered hand reached out, hovering above the ring without touching it. "You've found one of the 7 fragments, it seems." Earlier than I expected, that night, as rain lashed against the windows of the prancing pony, Gandalf revealed a truth that had been kept hidden since the War of the Ring. Celebrimbor, the great elven smith, had created 7 lesser rings before Sauron's corruption. These rings contained not power like the 9 or the 7 of old, but knowledge the dangerous secrets of ring-making that, if combined, could provide the blueprint for creating another master ring. For a century, they lay dormant, scattered across Middle-earth, Gandalf explained, his voice barely audible above the storm. But darkness stirs again. A society calling themselves the Forgiven seeks these rings, believing Middle-earth requires a unifying power as the kingdoms of men grow distant and distrustful. "Why come to me?" Finley asked, clutching his mug of ale with trembling hands. "Because you bear the heritage of the ring-bearers, though you know it not," Gandalf said, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "Your grandmother's grandmother was Primula, cousin to Frodo Baggins. Some resistance to the ring's influence runs in your blood thin, though it may be. Dawn found them departing Bree, the ring secured in a lead-lined pouch hanging from Finley's neck. Their company grew as they journeyed east. In the shadow of Weathertop, they were joined by Owen's great-granddaughter, Freya of Rohan, whose golden hair and fierce eyes mirrored her legendary ancestor. Unlike Owen, she rode openly as a shield maiden, bearing her family's heirloom sword, Windcleaver. My grandmother spoke of a debt owed to the halflings. She said simply when asked why she'd come, "The House of Earl pays its debts. At the ford of Bruinen, an elf awaited them." Tall and solemn, with eyes that had seen the light of the 2 trees, Morleth was among the few who remained in Middle-earth, refusing the call to Valinor. "I cannot leave while pieces of Celebrimbor's folly remain," he told them, his voice melodious yet heavy with sorrow. "I was his apprentice when the rings were made. This burden is mine to bear." The most unusual addition came at the eastern gate of Moria, where they sought passage through the mountains. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows as they approached, an axe slung across his back. Removing his hood revealed a dwarf with a beard as black as night, but eyes that squinted painfully at even the dim light of dusk. "Durmar, son of Durin's line," he introduced himself gruffly. "I've been tracking the Forgebend for a fortnight. They've entered Moria seeking the ring hidden in its depths. How do you track anything when light pains you so?" Freya asked bluntly. The dwarf's laugh was like stone grinding on stone. "In darkness, I see what others cannot. A gift, some might say. A curse, I name it." He turned sightless eyes toward Finley with uncanny precision. "You bear one of the fragments already. I smell its magic on you." Together, this unlikely fellowship ventured into Moria, guided by Durmar, who moved through the lightless halls with assurance while the others stumbled. In the chamber of Mizarble, they confronted the first agents of the Forgebend, men in crimson robes bearing the emblem of an anvil wreathed in flame. The battle was swift but vicious, ending with Freya standing triumphant, over the Forgiven leader, her sword at his throat. "The ring," Gandalf demanded. "Where is it?" "Too late." The man laughed, blood seeping from his lips. "It is already bound to our brother captain." Even now, he ascends to the highest peak to receive the visions it grants. They raced upward through forgotten staircases and ancient halls until they emerged onto the summit of Zirrikzigil, where the brother captain stood in a trance, a golden ring gleaming on his finger as he gazed eastward. With a word of power that shook the mountain, Gandalf broke the man's connection to the ring. Freya's swift blade ended the threat before it could resume. 2 rings now hung from Finley's neck as they journeyed onward. In the golden wood, now faded without Galadriel's power, but still eerily beautiful, they recovered a 3rd ring from the heart of a Malorn tree. In the ruins of Osgiliath, they claimed a 4th from beneath the waters where Morleth sensed its presence. The 5th they won in a battle of riddles with a creature that was neither man nor beast in the Brown Lands. Each ring they collected whispered to Finley in the night, fragments of knowledge seeping into his dreams. He began to understand the terrible power and beauty of ring-making, the seductive allure of creation that had ensnared Celebrimbor. Sometimes when he awoke, he found his fingers moving in patterns that would bind metal and magic together, and he would shudder and grip the wooden frame of his bed until the urge passed. Their journey took them to the far reaches of Ron, where the 6th ring was hidden in a temple dedicated to ancient gods that predated even Morgoth's coming. There, they confronted the true leader of the Forgiven and ageless woman, whose beauty was as terrible as the dawn. "We seek not dominion but salvation," she told them as they faced each other across a marble floor inlaid with stars. "The kingdoms of men falter. The elves abandon us. The dwarves retreat into their mountains. Middle-earth needs a power to bind it together before it tears itself apart through another master ring." Gandalf challenged. "Have you learned nothing from history?" "I have learned that history is written by those who shape it, not those who merely witness it," she replied. With a gesture, she summoned her followers, hundreds of them, emerging from hidden chambers. The battle that followed would be sung of in the halls of Rohan for generations. Freya's blade flashed like lightning as she cut a path through the cultists. Dermyr's axe rose and fell with devastating precision despite the blazing torches that should have blinded him. Morleth's ancient elven magic protected them from the worst of the enemy's attacks. Gandalf stood like a pillar of white fire, his staff blazing with light that had not been seen in Middle-earth since the fall of Sauron. And Finley, small and overlooked, crept through the chaos toward the inner sanctum, where the 6th ring lay upon an altar of black stone. As his fingers closed around it, the knowledge it contained flooded his mind, the final piece of how to forge a binding circle that would control the rings themselves. When the dust settled, the Forgiven lay defeated. Their leader, wounded but defiant, looked upon Finley with eyes that held both hatred and respect. "You have 6 rings now," she said. "Do you know where the 7th lies?" Finley met her gaze steadily. "I do, on the slopes of Mount Doom, where the one ring had perished a century before." Gandalf stood with Finley as the others kept watch. The air still reeked of sulfur, and the ground remained barren of life. "The 7th ring was never made," Gandalf explained. Celebrimbor realized his error before completing it. But its design, the keystone that would bind the knowledge of the other 6, he cast into the fire, hoping it would be destroyed, but it wasn't, Finley said, understanding dawning. "It became part of the mountain itself." Gandalf nodded. "And now you must decide." With the knowledge of the 6 rings, you could extract that final piece. You could remake what was unmade. Finley stood silent for a long moment, feeling the weight of the rings against his chest, hearing their whispers promising power, security, a Middle-earth united and strong again. Or I could end it, he said finally. Cast these 6 into the fire as well. You could, Gandalf agreed. Though even I cannot see all ends from such a choice, as the sun set behind the mountains of Mordor, casting long shadows across the blasted plain, Finley reached a decision. From beyond the borders of Middle-earth, rumors had reached them of strange ships and stranger beings. A new age was dawning, and old powers, whether for good or ill, belonged to the past. One by one, he removed the rings from their pouch and held them up to the fading light. I choose neither to use nor to destroy, he declared. I choose to guard, and as the first stars appeared in the eastern sky, Finley Burrows, Hobbit historian of Bree, accepted his place as the first of a new order, the Guardians of the Ring, who would watch over the fragments of the past to protect the future that was yet to be written.